Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, party people? Hola, es como. What's poppin'? Good morning, good morning. Mr. Business GTA, Arctic Fox, Alaska, good morning, men. Men who are trying to get at this market this morning, it seems. We got some Michael J in here from earlier. But good morning, good morning, good morning. We're looking at December 27th. It is looking like a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Crypto's running well. Markets are running well. Evidently, Michigan just did something with Trump, which I could care less about. I just think it's interesting how the market decides to go up right now. But either way, that's exactly what we wanted. We wanted to gap up out of last week. I'm gonna continue to be bullish on the market until the market gives me a reason not to. I've been up all night trying to go and get some eyes on things, and I think I have found a very, very good one. Technically speaking, people are still talking shit about Carvana. I was on that wave for a little bit. I think they're 100% wrong. If Carvana breaks over 60, bitch is gone. Another one around those areas is Zillow. Zillow could absolutely go off. I think the housing market's about to. Call me crazy, but I don't think it's too far-fetched. I also do remember us making a shitload of money last year on Zillow or what was it? I want to say it was Zillow or what was the other one? We probably have it on. Rocket Mortgage. That's what it was. Anyway, let me get my chat popped out here. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Arctic. I missed Neo hitting $9 by one day on those calls. That's fucking unfortunate, buddy. But that is the game that we play. But adding a little bit more risk, hopefully after last week. Congratulations on your last week at options training and stuff like that. But yeah, you'll notice that there's a reason why we take our profits when we do. Because not to say your timing was off or anything like that. I'm saying that options traders that trade the way that I do, I know I just picked up some Litecoin as well. Traders that trade the way that I do, we cherish even though we can create several 100% options and stuff like that, we still cherish the smaller gains that we're taking that protect us from the risk that we ultimately run every time we decide to go and strap on the old helmet. But that being said, yes, I do like Litecoin. Litecoin's been pretty stagnant in the last couple of days. If not weeks, it's just been hanging out at 70. So also make sure you get your breathing treatments right. Make sure that you go and take care of the shitter next to you. Put their mask on first before helping. And if it's a drowning situation, knock them the fuck out. Swim them to shore. You know what I mean? Just do that for the homie. Other than that, good morning, GTA. How are you, sir? Hopefully everybody is well. Congratulations, GTA, on the fantasy win this weekend. We have the finals coming up this weekend, upcoming. It's going to be between Nikki D and GTA is the final. Winner gets $1,000. And this time they'll actually get the $1,000 fucking dollars. I don't know. Something happened last year where the way that the checkings and the savings worked out, I just didn't get my fucking money. So that being said, we'll make sure that winner gets paid out. On the bright side, why did I make somebody's day? Wouldn't did I make somebody's fucking day? That'd be funny. And it's a maybe? How did I maybe make somebody's day? Well, now I'm fucking offended. Not me, okay. Fuck you too, bud. FWBI is moving. First Wave Biopharma. I'd go and watch for these to go and probably move until the stock market opens. And then primarily leak off. Yeah, that'll run to 14 real quick. It'll immediately give that 14 area up and come back down to support. Entry that I would want to get into if I had it would be like 912, but I don't want to get into that whatsoever. I am looking at Tesla to be a very, very good trade this week. I'm looking at Tesla potentially into 290. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying. You know, my God's lips or God's ears to my lips, or whatever the fuck they say. Because I've been talking to him, you know. I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for this opportunity, because without him, you know. But all jokes aside, held this level beautifully at pre-market. We continued to go and hold it here. And immediately got bought up. I would like to know, or I would like to get, I guess, see if we're going to go and just hold right here at the 257 from the high of the day yesterday. If we decide to go and hold that, I would assume that that's going to be support. I'm going to be more than likely buying anything south of that 258. Tesla needs 260 to start taking tits out. CVS Fry, what's up, baby? Good luck today. We don't need any luck. We got the fucking diamond glass cutters, baby. We don't fuck with the moissanite around here. We got nothing but absolute hard key cutters here. I think that Tesla is going to go and probably just be a steady crawl kind of thing. IWM is going to continue. I'm looking for this to go and hold that 204.50 area. If we do give some back here, though, looking into 204, 203.07. But right this very moment, I'm liking what we're seeing. Looking very good on the Russell. And we also have this break to the top side right here. You can see this. This is on the 20-minute. So relatively speaking, using this trend, though, broke to the upside. I want to see us hold. And I want to make sure that we don't come back to see our 200 or our 96. Relatively speaking, you could say that that was a correction right there. So you could actually go more here. So that's what we're kind of looking at, is maybe the dip into 203.70, 203.60 here. But this could relatively just go and continue to stay up over that 204. Let's talk about what we held in through the weekend. We held those call or 275 calls that we bought. Into the weekend. I'm going to continue to probably buy Tesla into the 290 area. The reason why I kind of have this thesis right this second is because the options market on Tesla goes pretty dumb around anything above like the 270 area. There's just a decent amount of open interest going in, and I'm talking about next weekend or next week. Options wise, I'm looking at like 280s. But because the market's probably going to be up substantially because we're up $2, I'm going to be looking for a pullback to like that little support area. If we can go and get a decent push, I think that there's every bit of probably a 268. Yeah, I'm looking for 259, 20, 260, and like 261, but potentially all the way up to 265. I would like to see that move off of the support on the 5-minute from yesterday. So I'm going to be looking for an entrance or an entry somewhere between 257 and 257.90 and 257.79 area. If I get a little bit better, then that's even better. But I definitely like Tesla. I definitely like the IWM. Microsoft is probably going to go and find all-time highs. Or it's at all-time highs, excuse me. That doesn't seem right. Oh, okay. Yeah, we were about what, 380, 384. Yeah, back there. Flagging perfectly, trying to go. Trying to go right here. Oops. You're setting up on support. You immediately caught support. And you're starting to move back up to the top side. I'm immediately looking for like that 279, and potentially right out the top, which is going to be 379 area, 380. I think that if we can go and recapture that 276, it'll more than likely try to like zone itself into the 376 and try to move off of there either tomorrow or sometime later today. But we're going to try to go and recapture this area very quickly. It'll probably start with the first step being above 374.97, but I'm I guess concerned because you have, I absolutely think you're going to the upside. I think that the downside rip might happen south of this right here before you go and get the bounce up to the top side. So anything basically low of 373.88, I would be taking. Just my personal opinion on Microsoft. Any questions, any concerns, anybody wanna comment? What are they looking at? What are we feeling? I would even say that like there would be a possibility of like a downside right here. I'm looking for something kind of into this sweet spot. We have 373, makes sense. They're gonna want to go, let's call it 270-260 if they get real fucking zealous about it. But if I were to go and look at this, it would probably go to the upside. It would probably go to the upside first and try to trap everybody for, I guess, keep everybody from like not getting in, because they're gonna see the price is too high. The only thing that benefits us this week as options traders is the fact that we have a lot of ability to get in and out of these trades that are going to be volatile at a much bigger profit than we have to go and put up to risk. Hopefully, fill out these. Well, I told you not to buy fucking puts, dickhead. Like, I literally told you not to do it. As you were doing it, I said, don't do it. Tesla's getting a buy wall of 17,000 shares, just to let you know. And the market's going to open in roughly 8 minutes. Looking at pre-market on Tesla relatively, getting a decent push. And you're also getting this trend where you don't have a red candle that wants to go and close underneath this line right here. It's a blue line. Let's just make it yellow for for this purpose. So every time we get anywhere near this line, if you notice, we don't want to go underneath it. So Tesla, the really scary part, or like I guess, would be to not hold right here. Hopefully we get the move off the 50, but in Tesla's world, you're going to get a little bit more volatility. So I would take the gap right between the 50 and the 96 EMA, thinking that, okay, this is the line that I want to hold. They're probably going to go and give me a little bullshit. This is kind of my reasoning of like, oh, okay, they're gonna want to flash the price back up just a little bit more than where they're gonna want to support shit, because they're gonna want to fake the people to the downside that are watching that candle like a hawk in the first minute. So it's you're gonna see one of two things. You're gonna see this go to the top side and then hold, and let's call it holding of the green line right here at 257.97. 257.97. Or you're going to see this immediately get rejected and pull back in, and that's what I'm kind of hoping to go. I have a buy order at 21 cents, but may increase to fill the SQs. SQ puts? I think SQs are going to be going to the downside, if anything. This thing's getting stomped into fucking oblivion. So these lines still coming right in perfectly. I could easily see the market going just ridiculously green and us trying to go here, but that's just me. You're seeing this obviously get tighter, so I think, yeah, that's an absolutely good idea for the SQs at some point, but you're still seeing drop, and you're still seeing ability for bottom on I guess this trade. So here, take this out. This is a trend, bottom green wicks here, and we're trying to go and substantiate that, but in reality, like, we've still continued this trend, which is problematic. So when this goes and tries to reject 1333, it's going to look like shit's going to get popping, but it's not. It's just got enough pullback in the market right now. 1321, it's right there. 1327, it's right there. 1327 is roughly here, right? So you're opening low of that candle, and you're going to have the ability to go north, which would tell the market to go south just a little bit. Hold on a minute. I forgot to do this. My apologies. You're sitting here looking at the fucking market, guys. Like, you have a little ability to go and pull back, or excuse me, pull back in the SQs. Or, I'm sorry, you have the ability to like pull back a little bit in the SPY relative, but you can go right this second and see that if we go and drop a little bit, we're dropping right into support, which is completely fine. The overall market drops, that means that SQs usually try to go up a little bit. If the SQs go up, they'll probably try to run right into two areas, 1333 or 1338. And I'll even give you, just in case they fucking get nuts, right? I'll give you like 1354. But relatively speaking, like you're gonna get a run back to one of these areas and get fucking rejected hard as shit. Market's trying to pull back just a little bit here. We're looking for Tesla to come to the downside. What I don't want to see happen is Tesla to go and spend several candles underneath this trend line. What I want to see is us to go directly to where we need to go, enter our position, and immediately come out of that area. Daily on the SQs though does not look fucking bueno. You would think that it's the no. Oh well, 1377 makes sense actually. Right here on the on the 4 minute or the 4 hour. This double bottom right here that faked us out and then broke it the day after. That's my fucking problem right there. So you can go and expect us to probably run at some point here, but that is going to be a major level of fuck you. So I'm fucking elated if you go and get the run up to the top side, but you're more than likely going to get rejected at that 1371 into the 1350. You're going to keep getting fucking bodied right there at the 1369. So I would just be careful. And now Tesla, we got a minute going into the market, guys. Tesla is sitting here bouncing off of VWAP very, very nicely. What they're going to do is they're going to try to slam VWAP at some point because they're trying to go and show people, oh yeah, everything's fine. And then when it breaks back against them, they go and start to throw a fucking fit. If anybody, like, yes, the volume hasn't really been there in the last day or two, but if there is, for any reason, any volume at all, Tesla and the market is more than likely going to move very, very quickly. We have 15 minutes going in. And we're looking at Tesla to enter real quick. Ding, 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 right there. So I'm wanting this to push up, and there it is. Ooh, that was a nasty red candle right there. See, immediately comes into the fucking zone that we want. Tesla's already up at 260. I want to see these. I want to see what's good with these 270s on Tesla. Actually, Tesla's hauling ass. If we hold 260, that would be huge. I'm going into 88. I'm picking up 270 or 267 and a half calls right here at 88 a piece. I don't know if they're going to fill because it is volatile. But I do have a position in. No, Tesla, don't do that right now. Come back first. SPY bouncing beautifully off its 200. That wave is coming to the downside. Carvana's moving. Tesla, come back to me one time. I want this to be a learning experience to why I would want to be patient here. We're calling this to go down right now. I think it comes back for a second. It's gonna come right into here. 258. Bang, right there, stop. I come back. So that is at 114. These options are gonna want to start. I'll go at 95. Fuck it. I don't think that's gonna go and wait though. Gotta look at a couple other things. Tesla's not fucking around. Problem though. You broke. You need to come retest. Give me it at 95. I'll take it right now. No bullshit. All balls, no pepe. Come on down, just one time. No play. Spy doing the same thing, but Spy's trying to run up. Doing well, but it still needs to come back if it does go. Well, fair. This is what it's trying to do. Here's your pattern. It's coming back down to hit the 200 again. Nah, maybe not the 200, but it is coming down, I think, to that 475.50. Make sure we're good at 275.40. That would be beautiful if you could just bring fucking Tesla down just real quick. Where is Microsoft? And Microsoft, yeah, Microsoft quite fucking literally, like, come on. No shot. Tesla is ripping. I'm not doing it. I refuse. RSI 94 on Tesla. I'm taking a breath here and assuming that I'm correct. Come on back, Tesla. I'll even take the pullback of 359, but Jesus Christ, or 259. Up and away. It's still chilling, but it is holding that 50 nasty right there. I'm going to, I'm up 113% in my option or my calls on 275. We're getting out of some of my position on Tesla on the 275. I just got out of more than half of it. I'm gonna look for a different play, but I'm looking at the SPY to the upside potentially from here. Microsoft trying to come back to go touch. Let's see where that's at. $375s or 207 right now. What? I like the 300 area, or excuse me, I like the 380. I just bought 380, 59, or excuse me, 56 a contract at 380 calls this week. Mara's fucking hauling ass through 30 right now. Where's fucking Zillow? Just come down just a smidge just before you go. That's not gonna happen, is it? Fuck no, it's not. Here goes Tesla's. I think oops. Bitcoin's probably gonna go again too. Tesla's trying to make a move right here. Support. Trying to create support anyway. Damn, son. I don't think so. 140. Double bottom right there. That it's trying to recap. It's also got 141. This all looks good and shit, but like, I don't know. Meta's ripping. Makes sense. Yeah, Meta's up 1%. Yeah, that's about right. Don't be surprised if Meta out to the 280 isn't crazy. Or excuse me, 380 isn't crazy. I'd let the market come back first. I still like Netflix into 207, or excuse me, 507. Netflix, are you gonna hold or what? I'd really, really appreciate the SPY to just fucking top right there. Just once. Just come down one time. Let Tesla react. $262 on Tesla. Jesus Christ. So put an order in on Tesla. Dow is just moving green. IWM is at its top right now. It wouldn't be crazy to see a pullback here. IWM looks like it's breaking out to the upside. I'm actually looking to pick up SPY put, or excuse me, Tesla puts for a second, and I mean a second. I don't know that it's gonna be that. I want fucking delete this, please? Keeping an eye on those 267. Because I still think they're coming back to 89. And I'm looking to enter a position on the put side of things. But those are probably going to go. I don't know if those are going to fill. I don't need to. Just get rejected and come right back just one time. All I need is Tesla to act like it's going to go back up to the top side and just chill for a minute. Just to go retest the top side to make sure that it knows it's really not fucking moving yet. But the quicker this comes back and holds, and if that holds that 260 area, that's really not good. But I was trying to grab this because what I want to see is this the SPY use its theta. What I mean by theta is this amount of time that it has. Look at this amount of time that the SPY has that it could potentially just go and hang out here. Why not? If I'm the fucking SPY, I'm hanging the fuck out. And if I'm hanging out, dropping to the downside, trying to look for support, I'm hanging Tesla out to fucking dry right now while it needs to move. I might be crazy, but like if that fills at 261, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. ROI moving? Yes, it is. I just filled that position. How does this correlate? Right. So we've ran up to pretty much where I thought we were going to get rejected. Pre-market stopped here. We didn't even get that. We're trying to get 1328. That 1328 on the SQs is trying to go and build some support right here. Right here. This is building, and that's where it's trying to hold currently. It probably will hold this because look how much room the SQ has to go to be able to fuck with us. So if the SQs go up, the fucking SPY is going to come down. Even if it's for a couple of minutes, who the fuck knows? But I would prefer, if I was a market maker, to go and fuck people instead of just moving it right off rip when everybody's good and ready to make a trade to the upside, all probably thinking about their fucking trading plans and, oh yeah, this is what we're gonna do, and no. Let's make them sweat. Let's do that. Let's make them sweat. Let's shit on it at the top of fucking pre-market like we do every other day. Half of them will get out that just got in. They'll blow their day trades, or some of them don't even know that they're in the fucking day trade, so that they're gonna go and end up like it. If I'm a market maker, that's how I'm looking at this. NXU is suspended. Hell yeah. And my Tesla, that position that we're letting run on the 275s are up 226% from last week. Looking at Microsoft looking like a snack right now. SQs. What we doing? We still holding that fucking bottom? Okay, cool. So then what you're telling me is that for right this very moment, we're good right here. And now you're giving me a trend. Let's see what breaks. All right, game on, fuckers. Let's go. SoFi is at 10:30. That's fucking jokes. Yeah, Microsoft's holding. Where is SPY call or the SPY puts out for today? SPY puts for today 476. I think it's gonna run to 476.44. Try to come back. That's where I want to go and take a position. So I want to go and I'm looking at the 467s for 65 a contract. Put it in, please. Thank you. We're looking at these for 65. They're probably going to go a little lower than that if we do get the move through the top. But I'm also looking at Microsoft to do the same thing. Tesla is doing very well, but we do want it to pull back a little bit. I think that this yellow line is where Tesla is going. We're looking great. We bounced off of it. I like it. Beautiful. Do me. We've only been open for 30 minutes, guys. Be careful. I appreciate you, Arctic. But be very, very careful. I think this thing goes and definitely moves to the upside and continues. I just think it's going to pull back just a smidge So take in those 260s or something like that. Man, really, bro? Really? Get your ass back. Get your ass back up there. What are you doing all of a sudden? Yeah, that's what I thought. Get your ass up there. Take them tits out, girl. Shake it like just fucking move. SQs coming to the downside. SQs, hold on for me one time. These options need to gap fill. Perfect resistance would be 507. I'll give them to him a little cheaper than that. Apple's weak, Google's weak as fuck. People are charging premiums like a motherfucker for those options. Still doesn't want it. I still think it could go to the set, what, the 40, the fuck was it, right here? I don't know if it's going to, though. Tesla or SPY's been kind of getting its cheeks clapped, but nope. There we go, finally. Jesus Christ. Market said absolutely not right there. Last time. It's getting touched by the place that it went and tried to bounce from the first time. It tried to bounce off an indicator and tried to go to the 476.17 or something like that. Yeah, right here. You're immediately getting downside. Why wouldn't I, if I was a market maker, want to just go and make sure that we're fucking good down here at like the 475? You know what I'm saying? SQ calls kind of free right now. Yes, they are. They're free because they're not going to be worth a fuck right this moment. SPY for the win. Can I get a ya yeet dab daddy? And just to be clear, I think that Meta is looking, oops, I didn't mean to move that. Meta is looking at support. Market could continue to break out. So I'm just thinking that this is a little much. But Tesla might also be punishing my ass right now. I need that SPY break under 476. That's what I do need. Those SPY 476.5, or excuse me, 476 puts that I put in a minute ago are at 65 a contract. I'm not concerned about this in the least bit, just to let you know. These are trying to get there. Tesla, I think you're boof, just to let you know. Mara's gonna get bodied here in a minute. I think Bitcoin's gonna get shit on. Apple's continuing to go to the downside, but how is this happening? Meta's offsetting. Meta's gonna get bodied right there. There's no shot. Tesla's just trying to continue. That doesn't make any sense. Told you that was gonna go and get bodied right there. It's coming back to support. It's not gonna hold it. It's gonna want to go back towards this like $6 area. SPY coming back. Didn't want to fill my options though, did it? Of course it didn't, right? Just wanted to fucking tickle my ass, right? Yeah, you fuck. All I wanted was 65 to like 94, you son of a bitch. That's dirty, bro. Feel violated right now. Didn't want to touch me. I see. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't want to be touched. You know what I'm saying? Nope. Go hang out with one of your hoes, bitch. I'll go play with the IWM now. IWM's daddy. Where was the fucking IWM earlier? 3. Could very easily come back into $3, but Looking at these contracts. Why you want SPY 475? I don't. But I do want these 204 puts at 23 a contract. That's what I do want. 204 contract, 204 puts on the IWM for today. Ouch, that hurt. I just want to move just a little bit lower on these. We're looking for 223, or excuse me, 23. We're looking like we've got some decent support here. I just filled those IWM 204s at 23 a contract. Tesla 262, I'm out of my 275 puts, or 275 calls. Give me. Oh, you don't want to give them to me at 50? That's fucking cold. I didn't want to give them to you at 50 anyway, bitch. Have them at 48. Suck my dick. Give me my 200%. Blow me from the back. Stupid bitch. Where's Microsoft at? Because Microsoft needs to be touched, I have a feeling. GLDR is going. Or excuse me, GLDR. What the fuck? LIDR. Retarded. My apologies. Microsoft. Looking like a bounce. I'd wait. I like these IWMs though. Yeah, I didn't want these anyway. 276. I wanted those 276 puts, but they didn't want to feel me. You know what I'm saying? You know, not everybody's made for everybody. Those aren't made for me, apparently. Beautiful break and retest. You're more than likely looking at a. I mean, it bounced beautifully, but you'll want to more than likely see the limit. The limit, or the stop hunt. Nvidia pulling back, just running to the downside, guys. Pay attention to what the fuck Nvidia is doing. I don't know. We just had something go to the 200 and bounce hard as shit. What was it? There's the SPY pulling back. It's exactly what we wanted. Yeah, that SPY 476 isn't pulling back for us at all. That thing is just moving. We are going to probably go long here because I do like the support bounce in this position and let my puts run the other way. My calls on Microsoft are getting throttled, but why is the IWM? What the fuck are you doing, stupid? Trying to hang out over 20. Okay. If you want to go to 205, I'll buy a shitload. Trying to pick up more IWM puts at 204 at 20 cents a contract. IWM is trying to break through 205 area. Having a struggle to do so. Nvidia is breaking underneath the 200 right now. If that doesn't hold, then the market might not hold, and the SPY doesn't look like it's wanting to play games. So those IWMs are starting to not want to hold that 20 a contract, or it's starting to hold that 20 and not wanting to go to 20 a contract. Our Tesla is roughly even. This is on a 10-minute. Trying to go back up to the 200. This is going to go to 273 and stop. And it's going to decide if it's going to go up over the 272 or if it's going to stop and bounce. Or excuse me, if it's going to go and go through it and then come back and try to hold this level, then that's exactly what we want to see. The fact that we've run up and respected VWAP makes me think that we're going to come to the downside. The SPY has every bit of the reason. There's the IWM. I mean, literally just taking off to the other side. Those are already up. They did not fill that. That's fucking unfortunate. Or that's all right, though. We're going to go and just take the fact that it's already up. We're already up 34% within minutes. The Microsoft 380 calls, I'm buying more of right now. I just bought them at like 40 a contract. So I think we're in it, what, 56 and 40 flat. So relatively small position. Tesla, come on, give it back just a little bit. I think that you would be really sexy, Tesla, at 257. No bullshit. I think that you're hot as fuck, girl. Oh, you know, I want to come talk to you one time right around here. You know what I'm saying? Let's just holler at me at like 259. I think that's fair. Market's tits are out. Those Tesla options are now green again. I'm making fucking options green again, people. Let's go. Now, let me just explain something to you. The reason why I have this stop way the fuck up here right now is because not only two things. The 50 EMA is up here. I think that it'll more than likely try to go to the 448 or something like that because it's the top of this candle. I think that if it does do that, it'll try to wick out into like letting everybody think it's going to go fill that gap and immediately reject and turn the fuck around, which would go and bring the SPY roughly to down into this box because the fucking options at the money right now are roughly 372 to, or excuse me, 260 to almost $400. If Tesla comes and runs right back into the money, or excuse me, if Tesla comes right back to 250, 258 or so, that would bring those 260s in the money, and it would more than likely go and put them at a price point of like $400 or $500. So if that's the case, that's the reason why I have it like that, is because we're looking at like a $400 price tag if we're in the money. So as my puts at the 260 go in and we drop below the 260 area, which I think we're going to, I'm going to be more than likely out. I think that the 259.80 bounce would be a great idea. The SPY is having a hard time right now just getting through right here. Trend down. Yeah, this is a trend down. if this goes and stops here. It's running right into this area of resistance, I guess. If you want to just put the top of this candle, there you go. Right here. From the top to the bottom. Immediately does not like that shit. So what we're looking for is to go right through the top of that candle at some point. So we want to go and take everything from the downside here. We're trying to go and locate an area of where we're good. Well, we're fucking good right now, right here. We're waiting for us to go and find an entry of when this trend changes. Looking at it, it's a perfect match to our 200. We also have this. That looks like we are almost trying to start our trend to the downside to go pick up something at like 470 or 470, 490. This is a problematic little pre-marker bullshit right here. It's because it goes and gives you the sentiment that you're going to go and hold here and you bounce, right? Well, the problem with that is that if you bounce and then give up that level and then try to go back to the 275, 40, what? Right here, this little rejection, or this little, they tried to hold it right here. And the fact that we came, saw, bounced, and held, it felt good there. Well, now we're not feeling good there, and we're kind of pulling back. You could say that we're trying to bounce off the 275.40, but either way you look at this, this is looking like a push away candle to me. Do we want to hold here? Because the SPY has the ability to pull Tesla back to reality. Yep, that's problematic. So we have a trend here. The fact that this is going to want to push through VWAP right here. This is going to go and like we're pulling back into this trend instead of trying to go and hold above it. So unless Tesla fights its ass back and tries to get back towards that 262.77 area, this is coming down for a minute. And it's more than likely going to go try to find the 50. So with the SPY trying to leak off, I'm going to go and assume downtrend right now. Let me see what's popping. 500 by the end of the year. What are you talking about? It's obviously going to 500 by the end of the year. Oh, Alberto's talking boof. Okay. I got this. The SPY is going to 500. Shit. No. No fucking way. Nope. Not unless you open up your grandmother's piggy bank and throw all them fucking funds up in that bitch. Or we get a digital currency that goes and like monetizes the S&P 500 or some stupid ass shit like that. I could see that at that point. But for all intents and purposes, 500 on the S&P, that sounds a little AIDS. By the way, breathing treatments all around. Stay medicated. You know, eat your vegetables and shit. You know, all the good things. Market's trying to give you the old fucking triple Indy right here, buddy. See, I can get out of that position even right now. Q's pulled back. SPY went red on the day. SQs bumped up to the 1332. Now, here's the interesting thing. Here was my thesis earlier. SQs are only going to rise into potentially the 1370, 1350 area. Where, yeah, 1378 was that red dotted line that I had on earlier. Let's just be safe and call it the 1374 area. So here, because we got rejected from it once already. And we also did not like anything about the 1355. However, we have broken out of this downtrend a couple of times. The last place that we did was right here. When we did, we ran to immediate support. I'm going to be very interested to see what happens right here. The best thing in the world is when bears start to go and get antsy, they start to try to eat other bears. They don't try to go and just fucking go to the upside. This is looking like this is more resistance. It looks like they're going to switch the light on, and it'll run to probably like 1350, the same volatility that you're seeing here. Bears are salivating right now, thinking that they're going to get the run out of here and everything's going to be good. Well, like, that's all fucking great and shit. But, like, what about this? That same run on a 20-minute scale did the same fucking thing. Oh, and it did the same thing here. I would be very, very careful with that one. Tesla's doing the same kind of shit. It's actually looking very, very nice. However, it would make a lot more sense in the grand scheme of things to go and have problems here. Because now you could go and say that Tesla's breaking out, but we didn't go and hold that candle very well. This is going to create a higher high, or excuse me, a higher low, setting the trend here. Which gives the SPY all the fucking time in the world to walk this shit sideways. Low volume, no real fucking reason or need to do anything. That's how you bring the SQs up to let them get rejected. Let's even call it 1339. 1339 sounds spicy. Let's see if this correlates with it. This will try to fucking little shitter bounce right here. Tries to go and bounce. This is going to run probably into that 13. Yeah, I'm going to say anywhere here to here, 10 cents. And as soon as that gets there, I'm going to be watching for it to go and get rejected right here or here. Whichever the two, it doesn't matter. When it goes over, I'm looking for this to go and get stopped and turned around. I have a pretty good feeling that it's going to be right into these two nasty green holds that kind of gave people a lot of suspicion that it was going to go and hold, but it did not. So let's see what happens, huh? Make sure you like and subscribe with your grandmother's lips. The reason why that SPY, the SQs correlate right now is because if the market does need to pull back, which I think it does, just for a very, very split second, I think the SQs want to try to go up and revisit that 1350 area. That being the case, you're going to see the two things kind of happen in tandem. You would see the SPY get rejected and try to come to the downside to complete this downtrend. But look at where VWAP decide, like, I always find it very odd because we always try to go right back to where VWAP bounces. And I think that's interesting because right here at 474.38, just kind of an interesting thing that we bounce off VWAP here. That's when we finally decide, oh, okay, shit, I'm good with that. VWAP also topped out right here before starting to move pre-market. Pre-market. So those would be two significant levels to me. And the fact that we've already got the drop like this, that drop was a little bit more than I was asking for. When it's coming to, if I'm trying to go and sit here and hold a position into that, no thank you. 204s might need tending to. Oh yeah, no, we have the 20s in. Microsoft getting beat over the fucking head or what? Because Microsoft is the only thing that I'm green in right this second. So just to let you know, like, I mean, this is where I was looking at Microsoft earlier this morning. I opened up with it. Bitcoin's at 42.9. Bitcoin's obviously in a pattern. They're gonna have some news on the. They're gonna have some news on the ETF and shit. Probably. But for right this second, what I want you to focus on is if we decide to go south here on Bitcoin, market's going with it. Don't care. Odd how the SPY wants to reject the two green candles of the day. Oops. When you go and look into pre-market, we got stopped right here at the 276.02. Why is it that as soon as we got back over the 276.02 right here from pre-market, we all of a sudden said, no thanks. I all of a sudden don't feel like 477. You know, I woke up, I pissed excellence as the SPY, you know what I'm saying? But nah, not feeling 477 today. Okay. It says it right there. It's a conversation. It's like, maybe I'm looking good today. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking good. I'm looking spicy. And as soon as it gets out the fucking door, it locks his fucking keys in the car. That's how the SPY's day is going right now. Beautiful day. Everything's looking bright and shit. You're fucking feeling good. Quick work week. We're going to go kill it. We're going to go listen to some tunes on the way to work, right? And then, right there. Lock the keys in the car with the bitch on, might I add. Kid's not in it though. Don't worry about it. Tesla was a little off on the trend here, but relatively, you move this up just so that you have your green wicks matching instead of having the green wick with a green body. You're looking at the same kind of shit where you can see clearly the SPY is trying to hold here, but the SPY has much more reason to go sideways than it does to go straight up in the air. It's got 171 calls at 176 already. Tomorrow, not so many, because they're expensive. People don't want to go and pay 126, which would be the smarter play 1000%. They would rather go and pay $50. I want egg rolls, and you want to make chicken. You both are fucking weird as shit, man. Honestly, on gang, cuh. If SQ goes to 1370, I'm throwing a party. I think it'll go to 1350 or 1364 G. Relatively. Somewhere right around there. See how this was like going and everybody was like, I know the spies like, or the SQs, like, yeah, it's gonna go up. But look exactly, like, make sure that you look into where you're gonna exit that issue. Because you're getting the movement that you need in the market to come down. The 204s on the IWM, we are up 43% on. We're down 22 on our Microsoft. So what we're looking for on Microsoft, and the SQs are starting to perk up. First of all, we need to get through the 1335 area. I don't think that should be very problematic. The 1340 is going to be hard because we have two levels that we already went and held. But we also have resistance that's basically a wick touch. So getting up above that was going to be difficult, but I think you have the ability to go from the 1347 into that 1354 is what it was, not 1364. It was 1354 G. That's that first level of resistance that I think you're going to go to if you go and get through this. That would mean the market going up, or excuse me, SQs going up means that the SPY would relatively try to bounce probably right here off of the inside of whatever the fuck this is. 474.87. I'm looking anywhere in between that because that would be somewhere correlating with like a 1350 on the SQs. Does that make sense? Come down on you? No, I'm not coming down on you. IWM 204 puts are up 65%. We were entering these at 50. No, I'm sorry, I'm fucking retarded. 23 a contract. We were in the Microsofts on the shit that I'm about to be buying again. Those contracts are up 69%, giggity. Microsoft is chilling. But yeah, these 204s we picked up at $23 a contract. I literally just fucking called them out less than, these are 20-minute candles, so probably that. Probably less than 10 or 15 minutes ago. SPY's coming underneath its 200. God damn it. I'm so fucking gorgeous right now. IWM's up 95%. When did I actually pick these up? Filled 10:09 a.m. Less than 30 minutes ago. You gonna give me the 100% right quick? One time for the one time. Microsoft's wanting to touch me dirty right now. but I'm actually thinking about I want more Microsoft 380s at 30 a contract real quick. If it gives it to me, it might. If it doesn't, fuck them. 100% right there on the the IWM 204 puts. Take them out. Yep, bring them out. Bring them out. Like JC said. Like JC said. Fucking idiot. So where could we go by the end of the day is going to be interesting. We could potentially, with the trend that it's on now, if we wanted to like really just stroke it into the ground, I think you're potentially looking at 473.60, or excuse me, 473.97. I genuinely think that you're more than likely going to find that bounce at the 275, right underneath that 275 area. That's kind of why I'm watching these. Everything that I have that is on the south side right this second, like these 100% options on the 204, actually it's 104% on the 204 right now. SPY bounced very nicely, but it's still getting rejected right here. Still trying to do the push away right here. It's getting a little hot here. SPY's looking at like, fuck that. Tesla has the ability to get rejected right here where we were just trying to hold and not wanting it any longer. You're seeing these options now on the 204 starting to move. And I think that you have the ability to go get this gap fill. You have the gap fill not only to like 72, which I think more or less it's going to try to go, but you also have the one all the way up here at 94.95 a contract. It would make very, very good sense that if this does decide to go right around that 90 area, that's effectively what, 400%? I want the SQ to do it just real quick, real nasty like. Go get the 200, drop into the 203, and we go and turn everything from a put to a call. That's all we do. That's all we're doing. We're just touching tips. That's it. We need to immediately get through that 268. If we have a problem through that 268, though, that's not fucking bueno. But we're looking at these immediate levels right here. 68. I want the bottom of that, which is also happens to be the top of the gap fill. So let's go actually 85 now that I look at that. I'm going to go 85 just because I don't need the full move of 90. I don't need to risk an extra 5 cents to get potentially 66 cents on $22 options. So if you're fighting that battle, you're just fighting a battle that doesn't need to be had. Concerning, we fell off a fucking cliff right here at the 79. SPY's coming down. I'm shitting on the market today like I am a bottle of X-Lax right now. God damn. Just turn me up, Terry. I want to see where the SPY decides to go and find, or excuse me, Tesla decides to find a little home for it. If we can get those 265s to roll, that'd be spicy as shit. We're looking at this because the IWM is trying to come down. I want to see what price of mine these are at when it hits the 200. And I'm going to almost bet you I'm in the wrong place. I'm going going directly to 75, I really don't care. I'm gonna make what, 400%, and I just don't want to go and be the fuck stick that goes and gets trapped into something like that. Even if it goes and rips and they're $100 options, I don't give a fuck. I took $400, 400%, and I'm about to fuck this thing up to the upside. IWM's doing exactly what I wanted to, and so until then, it can suck my ass. Does that make sense? I'm loading 14 calls on the daily high at 14. You're a fucking idiot. On the SQs, are you smoking pole? What are you doing? You would be taking option, like if you're understanding what I'm saying, you don't buy SQ calls when I think the thing is going to go and get bodied right here at the what was it? I'm not even gonna 1354. I'm sorry, that's where I thought it was going. I don't know why this is fucking green, but where I think it's going to. But relative, it doesn't even need to be a fucking color right now. But the 1354 is where I think this is going to try to run to. So whenever the SQ decides to get to 1350 or so, I'm going to be looking at it. But until then, yeah, it's basically the gap between right here. I think that it's just going to run right up to here, find its fucking resistance, ping into the 1354, and then come right back down. The SPY, trying to go and get underneath its 200 SMA, 200 EMA. Looking like you're trying to bounce on the on the IWM. However, when the SPY bounced the first time, we immediately gave a little bit more back and then wanted to go right back up to, let's go and say, the 204.60. So we might travel 60 cents to the top side here. But while that's happening, all you're going to do is see the SQs go and re-support at 1333. Tesla's trying to fake people out to the upside. I'm still up 113%. Weird how my options aren't fucking moving to the downside. Give me the fucking Tesla 260. I've earned it. Ow, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like Tesla, you're kind of dog shit right this very moment. Not for an eternity, but right now, you and I aren't fucking friends, okay? Like, it's like me and GTA right now. We're not fucking good. You know what I'm saying? Like, a fucking asshole touched my ass cheeks and then wants to give me my own soundboard to fuck with me. Nah. But you can get a, oh yeah. Tesla is up 1.5%. No cap. There you go, boys and girls. That is crazy amount of profit right there. Hold that. No, the IWMs are very, very spicy though. Microsoft did not want to give me my 30 calls though. I'm very disappointed. Or my 30 cent 380s. I'm gonna go and trust that it's going to give me those because I've been a good bitch for Santa, okay? 479 expiration date. Down 80%. ROI is going to go to 50 cents and fail that probably. Arctic, I don't know about that. If those go into the money, I just got 13 and a half calls expiring June 5th or July 5th. Oh, January 5th. Yeah, that's going to happen. Yeah, that's going to probably happen in the next like 30 minutes. Just letting you know, like that's probably going to happen very, very soon. And as soon as it does, it's going to come probably shitting the bed to the downside. Hi, Miss Robin. I'll be up 25% there on the 14s. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how your calls are going to be doing for very much longer, so keep an eye on them. You need to break a 1336, 1338, roughly 1346. Tesla's looking to get rejected from VWAP very shortly. Hopefully we can get that. SPY hopefully comes to the downside. IWM coming right into where we need. So we are looking at this to potentially take a position out and immediately fold it back into a position to the upside. We are up 200%, 170-ish, 173, 180, 175. Somebody wants to fucking, okay. You know, Microsoft does not want to go and fucking play with me at all. Like, it doesn't even want to joke with me at the 30-cent option. But I already have them at 33. I'm gonna change my fucking name to something like Matuma Afala, like that fucking guy from Pittsburgh a while ago. I hope it breaks just over the 1350 on the SQs, just a little bit, just to go and be able to buy 1350 puts like a son of a bitch. IWM's trying to run. I have that fucking order placed for the 204s. I want to see us get the fuck out of here. I want to see us mount up and above. And it's going to try to start with the 65. If we can mount over 65 right here on these contracts. Oh, let's call it 60. 63, but we're trying to get back towards that 67. We're trying to get through that. I think it's going to go and use the 65 right here to do that. 65 peg You're going to see it come up, probably reject off the 68, and then go right back to 65 and try to find some support there. But I still like these contracts. And as the IWM comes down right now, which I have every thought that it goes and does retest the 200, which is right here at 203.79. So those calls are already in the money right now as we speak. Or excuse me, puts are in the money already. Florida man buys 4 McChickens naked. Okay, that's a thing. I bet that's not the first time though. Yeah, 479 is fucking nuts, Arthur. You're like, your titties have to be Pamela Anderson beautiful for them to be out like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's a little aggressive. SPY needs to get rejected from the 200. That would go and start the IWM to go and leak off into that 200. Tesla is not holding that indicator and indeed is trying to come through that 261 area. I'm looking for Tesla to probably give me the 259.85 area. We'll call it like, okay, this might not be in the perfect spot, because I thought that this was going to go and hit here, but I genuinely think this might be a little high, or excuse me, a little low. I think we're going to try to go to the 80 right here, and I'll even move it. This is kind of where I was talking shit earlier about the 200 or about the 200 area. I think it'll probably try to bounce before that. Because I think Tesla is extremely strong, and I'm not really trying to play with it to the downside. SQs are continuing to hold 1331 with the exact same ability for the SQ, or excuse me, the SPY to look away or look for a push away candle. IWM looks like it's getting weaker, trying to go back up and get back up above the 204.10. Doesn't look like it's feeling very it's feeling very excited about that. SQs look like we just broke to the upside, and now we're doing a retest with holding and, or excuse me, retesting and holding the inside of our support here. This is all support right here. If you look at just this simple area right here, this tells you the same fucking story on the same, 15-minute area. This is 3 candles on a 5-minute chart. This 15-minute area, including 20 minutes and then 35 minutes later, you keep getting no. So then you absolutely have to go and fuck with them, which puts you directly at the bottom of that candle. I don't think this goes, and I don't think the market comes up here. The market's trying to go back to the day's open, which is the area that I was looking for that was going to be the important fucking problem here. Is, do we go and decide to keep that area? And now that I'm seeing it, it looks like we might possibly 475.52. So that's going to continue to have the market continue to come down if we do reject from that area. If that's the case, IWM is going to keep falling, and that has potential into the 203.5, which I don't really mind. The 203.50 would kind of I even like 202.80. That would even be a little bit spicier, but I don't think it's going to have all that. Oh, no. Why did I just do that? Fuck, I didn't mean to move that. Anyway. IWM's trying to go and give it a little back right now at the 200. We have we have a sell limit on those options at 79 a contract on the IWM. Let's see if we can get there through this little pop. I told you 67 was going to be first, and then it's going to use the 67 to go and use that to the upside. Or excuse me, 68. Rejected off the 68. It didn't even want to do that. I thought it was going to use the 63 to go. Well, kind of is. But we have an out right here at 70, 78. Excuse me, 79, which is a kind of a kick in the nads because I went and saw the 200, or excuse me, this 50 was at 80. I honestly think the fucking market keeps going either way, but like, let's just go and being that we are up 204%. Yeah, we're trying to hold on those 204s, and we're trying to use now this 68 is trying to go and look at as if it's support. What the fuck did I just make green? We're trying to use this right here. So now we're getting into that area where this is trying to go and fill. It's up 234%. And it quite literally is $1 or $2 away. That's where my fucking stop. You know what? SPY immediately went to the downside after that. You know what? I am out. I don't like that at all. You can have them at 75. I'm not even going to fuck you over the $4. Give me the 75. No, immediately wants to turn back around. That's not. They got them at 74 a contract just because I went and gave it to them. On this contract, I'm completely out of these. The reason being is because, yeah, it might get the 86, but we're at that area at the 79 where I think the exact same area on the SPY is trying to come back down to, relatively speaking. So I want to be able to exit the play of the IWM 204s for tomorrow or for today, where I'm in the money up, what, 40 cents right now? Fuck that. I have two clearly key areas that I do think that this has the potential to bounce in. The SPY is going into support. Tesla's going into support. I immediately think, fuck this. I've already made my profit. Microsoft's trying to come back. And I want to see. We actually end up getting that fill, don't we? Yep. Either way, I'm good with my profit at 250%, something stupid like that. I'm immediately going and looking at Tesla. I want Tesla to pull me back one time. And I'm looking at the IWM if we can hold that area at that 203 again on the IWM. I would just assume that because our RSI is at what, 17 right now, That's probably gonna have a bounce to it. Tesla, I like. I had my first fucking sell order at 80, did I not? Scout's fucking honor. I had my first sell order at 80, moved it down to 78, and then moved it down to 75 and filled it at 74. So relatively, am I going, like, relatively speaking, that's a 6 cents gap that I'm fucking pissing and moaning over. And eventually just go, okay, fuck this. I'm not gonna fuck with it. We'll just go and roll to something else, right? Well, what I'm looking at immediately, Arctic, is the fact that my ceiling on my move on the SPY right now is looking great. This is the Tesla downside that we were looking at. We wanted to mount up 260 and just hold it. So that's all we want. At the exact same time, you're looking at Tesla being able to go and pick up a couple shares at 280 is $200 for January 5th, which is a lot of time on your contracts. I definitely don't see that being a problem. Our puts are probably up. Yeah, they're up 8%. I think we can get a little more out. I think the SPY still has the ability to drop into that 474 area. If I can get the 474 area, I'm immediately going to look and see where we go back to the top side. These did exactly what I wanted them to on the IWM 204s, so fuck them, we're out of those. The SPY is now up very decently on my 260 puts. And all I was looking for was just a little bit on this one. Remember, we weren't trying to get fucking crazy. We were just trying to add. All we were trying to do was just add a couple dollars to the smaller account. There's 10% right there. I want to get through that area of the 299. If we don't, I'm going to see where that correlates. But I think that if we do get the run to the to the 260, where I think that we're going, maybe a little south of that, but I think if we can get the 260, we're going to end up somewhere close to the 390 area, 350-ish. We're actually going to go I think Tesla tries to bounce very shortly, but I think Tesla has an ability to make people shit themselves in the perfect time. I don't think you should ever buy Tesla unless you are physically feeling like you're going to shit your pants. Seriously, dead ass. I cannot be more serious with you. Tesla is trying to drop into underneath the 261 area. We're holding 261 calls, guys. I'm also seeing the trend that we did have right here into the 321, which would be 320, 330 area, which would be the bottom of this candle. I would be concerned if I can't go and get any more pushback through here. We're trying to get through the 299. Are we going to go and fuck around and worry about 22 cents on a $300 contract? Fuck no. We're going to go and allow this thing to try to run up to like 327, 360 area. and let the SPY bounce off the fucking 50 EMA, and we're gonna take it to the upside. We're gonna make money. We're gonna make money going that way because the IWM's underneath the 200. That's gonna want to try to go and regain that area. So relatively speaking, let's just say I'm fucking crazy. This is what we're doing. All we're doing is trying to come back to the 259.86 area on Tesla. You can see it fucking plain as day right here. Let's use this green as support. Let's dash the motherfucker and let's make it big. Look, you're looking for this right here. You're looking for the fact that this comes down right here. You're looking for the top of this candle, which is just south of the 250 or the 260 mark. So that's our money that's our contracts going in the money which adds intrinsic value onto our contracts, which adds essentially money onto our contracts. But it just scares the investor who's holding Tesla to the upside just enough to say, oh, we're going to give the psychological 260 back. Let's hold it, let's fucking run it down to 250 and see, maybe I'll buy it then, instead of buying directly where the fuck you need to at 250, 259 for you to get the bounce. You're going to break the psychological at 260. You're doing a very, very, very good job of holding that 261.05. I'd be surprised if we don't go and get rejected on the 30-minute from the 261. Or excuse me, the 261. What the fuck was it? The 20-minute candle. I'd be very surprised. Well, on the 20-minute at least, it's nope. That's not what I wanted at all. Yeah, this is going to try to run right back into that 261.60 area and get rejected. So SPY is, continuing to be at the bottom of its range right now. It's trying to get through this 275. It's trying to get through that yellow block right here. But it can't do it because it does not have enough momentum to even break the bottom of the fucking red wick candle right here at 275.40. It's trying to get its 200, not really having the fucking strength to do so. So in my opinion, Tesla is making the last effort to go right here off the top of your green closes of your candles. And now you're seeing my contract starting to fluctuate, on the top side of this of VWAP. So you're going to see them go and become volatile, but you're looking for actually, it might even give you a drop here. That's going to make me want to not be in this for very long. But relatively speaking, we are higher high, lower low, or excuse me, higher low, higher high. We did break down on the IWM, so that's beautiful. But we haven't really made a huge dip into the IWM because there's really not a huge place for us to go. I'm going to go and start looking at the upside of IWM, but I still think that there's going to be a little bit of downside. In the SPY and Tesla. CYTX is moving. Ouch. If that's the case, these puts are gonna fucking yeet themselves. Not necessarily that far. And now that I'm seeing them move, I want to see. I want to be realistic. If it's going to trade in that zone, it's probably going to try. Let's just say, oh, I can't put it there. Do we get 310 with this candle over the top? That's what I'm going to look for. SPY trying to once again go upside to revisit the 200, but remember, we have that downside break that we were just looking at. That's very, very problematic considering that it needs to get up, and above that. SPY is also at VWAP. IWM is looking at a nice bounce at the 24, but be careful. SPY's back above its 200. Everybody and their brother right now is extremely bullish. That's where I hit people. That's where I would fuck on us if I was the market maker. I thought you were gonna get, yep, that makes sense. Thought you were gonna get this downside move. If this bounces off 230, I'm savage. That's fuck. And if that happens, I'm actually going to reload in a different account, take profits at, or here. I'm thinking about the IWM to the top side. I just don't think that, I don't think that's happening right this second. And I think that the Teslas are going to give us another buy. So I'm looking to pick those up again at 230. These same contracts right here. Holding the 249. IWM looking like that's potentially going to go and be able to reload right there at the 204.01. I don't think we're ready yet. It's gonna try to go right into the bottom of this green candle. If it even gets there. Might even go only get to the wick at 203.93 on the IWM. Tesla's trying to do it over VWAP right now. The RSI is 53 though. IWM's not giving a fuck. That Tesla order is in at 230 a contract on the 260s to pick up more of them, which would pretty much be here. Trying to go and reject us off of that 250. I think that's going to be where your stop hunt comes from. That's where your SPY probably tries to go up 475 and kick it to get people to scare them. But remember, we're still into that yellow area of breaking to the top side, and it seems fucking interesting to me how we have not done that yet right here. 455.49 does not want it. If I'm the IWM, Tesla 260s are almost at the two. Ooh, those are yo, bitch. Fill these. You won't. It did. Ooh, it's almost there. Fill it. Thank you. Don't give me that. Thank you. I was about to say, don't give me that payment for order flow bullshit. No, you're gonna give me my shit. Bounce off the 232, and we're going back up 300. Run them cheeks. Let the market reject itself once. If it finds a bottom again, then great. We'll take it to the top side. No harm, no foul. If it doesn't run here, anybody with calls is fucked. That's where the SPY is getting rejected again. And I plan on taking every dollar that we make to the downside right back up to the upside. That level of 204.10. Yep, see, 408, 204.08, whatever the fuck that was just at, right there. 204.10, getting rejected here. It might try to go and hold this green right here at 204.05. I don't know about that yet. Or excuse me, those Tesla 260s, 260 puts right now holding beautifully at the 230. We're down 11% in one. Up 1% in the other. So we have cost basis of like 245 on the 260s. See, this area that we're trying to get bodied through. I bet you trying to get through the 12 or the 1333. Still doing it. But when we pop, you're testing a break. You're consolidating sideways. Interesting how its RSI is trying to go so quickly to the upside. It seems like it's only going to go and allow a very, very quick move before it gets way the fuck over on the RSI. So keep your head on a swivel. pass you the stick, that motherfucker's not real. Hey, listen, buddy, I am real. I stay in there like swimwear. I am nutty buddy like a fucking payday bar. I use a weed whacker to go and like grind up my pot, for example. It's just shit that like bigger dick energy. It's just normal shit, G. I don't know. But I'm him. Yeah, I'm real. I'm Hemi McVeigh, dude. I'm like fucking Toucan Sam. I'm that guy. Okay. I'm also taking care of the absolutely necessary, but always a good time medical treatment. While this beautiful market is trying to scroll it out on my lips real quick. We love to see it. It's putting the money. What's that? Jay and Silent Bob put that money in my hand. Something like that. I need to talk to fucking Raw and get sponsored at this point. Like, I'm definitely missing an opportunity at passive fucking income. Hey, Raw, talk to your boy. Christ. IWM's trying to show people that it wants to go, so it's giving me vibes in IWM of I'm at least fucking worth the fuck. I know I'm not going to be able to go anywhere, but I'm worth the fuck whenever I am ready to come back. Kind of what the stock is saying to me, as opposed to all of the other things right now. Tesla going back down to fucking re-establish VWAP, figure out what the fuck is good, because right now the RSI is at 70 or 49. My apologies. I thought it's at 71. SQ. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. I would just not be holding on to those calls very long, boys, on the SQs. That's all I'm saying. It's one thing if it's a hedge, but if you're holding them to make money, I don't think you're going to. Unless they're for like next week. Ooh, almost done fucked it. That should be the name. So obviously and simple. Or so obvious and simple. We should buy some surplus and rebrand them as weed whackers. Bro, I don't know why they have not gone. And like, you gotta think that they had to have had somebody say that to him at some point. The fucking thing, literally, like, sounds like a weed whacker. The whole thing works like a weed whacker. If you could go and get me those little spools of shit that I can just pop up in that joint, yeah, I'm down. 100%. SQs going to the moon. I guess I'll have to be Bruce Bruce Almighty when he brings the fucking moon down to his bitch. I'll bring the moon down to you, sweetheart. I'll bring it down to you at about 1280. And I only do dinner if you're gonna put out. Anal only. I'm Presbyterian. But yeah, no, you would absolutely think that those are that somebody would have had the copyrights on those or something. Like, somebody can't go and do it because it's like, also it is the weed whacker, so it might have a stigma or something in the state of which the people might be selling it. I don't know, but they might want to not have it with paraphernalia and shit. It's called a whack-it grinder, so I just think that like there's 100% room for rebranding. It's kind of fucking stupid for it not to. Well, that wasn't very nice. I didn't need that piece of flaming pot in my lap. Apple's sprinting to the top side. So dear God, Apple, please stop doing that. It's gonna get rejected 191.70, excuse me, 191.80. Apple's gonna release an AI series or some shit, is what I'm hearing. I do not give a fuck. I think that thing's coming to the downside. And it looks like the market is either going to make a decision one way or another right here. But if Apple keeps going, that's potentially really not good. Tesla's looking very, very good to hold right here. Speaking, or like, I guess, in retrospect right now, but we got rejected off the 262. We got rejected here once, wicked through the top. This appears to me to be a inverted head and shoulders on the 5 minute. If this goes and stops the 270, or if the 262.30 area stops it right there, it's going to try to retest this and use this as support, but I don't know that it gets through. It's trying to get through that 262.30 area. That's the green mark, or excuse me, the green candle right here that we're trying to get up and over. Give or take 2 cents. Looks like, just for happenstance, this happens to be just a head and shoulders. I wonder if it is on the 1 minute. Yeah, something like that. Created the higher low for us, but I would prefer that higher low be at 261.33. SPY's trying to come to the upside. I really, really hope that I can't go and buy any more shit, because I'm going to. I hope you don't let me do that. Our 260 puts are now at 229 for the 220 or the 260 puts for this week. We just rebought into them at 230. The original we have is right here at 261. Our indicators are all up here with a gap fill back to the 500 area and the potential resistance of that 230, or excuse me, the 327. I think the market has a very, very good ability to bounce here. I don't think this is where it has the most balls here. I think it's just going to be another little rejection. and to tell you, like, to show you what the fuck I'm talking about. We broke back up over. That's interesting. We have a very, very nice move up, and I think it's the catalyst off of Apple, but all those indicators come together right there at the 245. It just something doesn't feel right. Apple moving to the top side, or trying to. SQs. SQs probably bounce just to the 1350. I don't care or want to hear anything different. The 28th is tomorrow. I know what I'm doing. What I'll do. Damn, the spy is going to do it. Just to let me touch that ass. Tesla robot attacks an engineer at the company's Tesla factory during a violent malfunction, leaving trail of blood and forcing workers to hit emergency shutdown button. That seems like a bunch of dick. Right on people's forehead. Which is probably the best fucking time in the world to buy, but let the news come out and affect the system real quick, because I don't think that the SPY is going to break to the top. I do, however, want I really like these 475 puts. Market's looking very strong though. Microsoft 380s are trying to come back. They're down 10%. IWM had to have gotten out of hand. Is that touchable again? Why, yes. I think it's odd how the 229s are $1.32. Why not do it again? Where'd I buy those 204s at earlier? Carvana's trying to go to the upside. Beautiful double bottom at what, 52 and some change. Looking to go back over 54. I need you to get out of here, Tesla. The market looks goofy as fuck right now. I'm going to give them I'm not giving them shit. I'm holding that Tesla, or the first Tesla I had. Even though it's down 14.5%, they can suck my dick from the back. Not giving them shit. I feel like I have a better play to underneath the 260. I'm not worried about it. I'm just looking to touch the IWM. It did immediately come back though. SQs running right up to the top of my box that we were making earlier. Trying to modify my I just got out of my Tesla that's in this portfolio. The reason being is because I'm going to go and add another one in the other one, or in the other portfolio, but I'm trying to go and make a bigger trade right here. So I was looking at it earlier. The IWM decided to go and bounce perfectly off where we needed it to. But it's still not quite spicy enough to get through its daily, in my opinion. Because it's also an area right now that I can look at on the SPY. Yeah, I don't fuck with you. I'm sorry, I just lost my entire train of thought. So IWM, something's going on with the Apple Watch or some shit that you can't go and buy it at the Apple Store or some shit. I don't know. There's something going on with regulators that I forgot to mention the fact that they were only able to sell it up to Christmas Eve day, but weren't allowed to sell it any other time after that or something along those lines. So if you wanted to possibly go find that, I don't even know where the hell to go find it, but I do know there was some kind of regulation on that. Some doctor's pissed. I don't remember what it was though. I do apologize. If these IWMs will come back, see how this trend works. We're just drawing this shit out. Now, Apple's on its way up again. I'd be looking at Potentially this thing is going to want to go, whoops, that's not what I wanted. That's still not what I wanted. This thing's going to potentially want to go and find out what's good underneath this green candle, or see what it's about at least. Looking for those options, seeing that the SQ quite literally came down. I would go and give it enough thought to say that it might try to reject off of VWAP here and spike one more time to fill the whole gap. Who knows? That's not the gap, actually. That's my fucking box, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. So this is the box that I was making earlier. I don't remember what the significance it was, but I'll probably that we were going to go to the top side. But I ultimately thought SQs are coming down. I don't think they're done is another thing. I think that the SQs are going to try to continue to come up to the upside as this is getting rejected from filling this gap at the 275 on the SPY. I think it's a perfect area psychologically that 275 needs to happen. Tesla gave all of that move back and is now having a little bit of trouble at the 262.5. It would be a perfect situation to have the SPY run up just a little bit here and fill these contracts. It's held here at the 23. We wick down to the 21 and the 19 roughly. If I can go and smack the middle of them titties right there, it's game. Why the ban? The ban, something, it's something to do with monitoring people's health or something along those lines. It has something to do with the biometrics in the watch. Want to say like their sensor maybe? Somebody's fucking pissed about their oh, the oxygen. The oxygen, people's oxygenated whatever the fuck it is. I'm not a cardiologist, but the oxygen in their blood, people were going and I don't know, pissed about it. I might be talking shit. I really genuinely don't think so. I wouldn't have said anything if I did. Ready for the market to get rejected. So now all I need is just one little pushback to, because the IWM's coming down right now if these are coming up. Tesla needs to get fucked, get rejected, have that fucking shitty piece of news that's not true and that is 100% bullshit. And it, honestly, if you think that there was a robot who left this cinematic trail of blood through the factory, like holding a fucking human like in one hand and dragging him into a Tesla, like, no, stop it, get some help. That's the shit that I talk to you guys about all the time is, oh yeah, and then Tesla will go and have some fucking crazy goddamn story like it killed somebody, or their AI went and fucking killed somebody, or their LiDAR is what I said specifically, not their AI, but their LiDAR is gonna go and kill somebody on the fucking cars or some shit like that. This is a little different. Still not wrong. 100% bullshit. However, even when it's bullshit, the real stock, the true price of a stock value doesn't go and show itself in my opinion, more than like once a week. As stupid as that sounds, I said it. Tesla having resistance right over the top, 260, 250. Chill. Chill. Don't get all excited for no reason. Tesla, like, honestly, you're just gonna do the stupid shit. I don't know why this moves on a 1 minute, but like, why? I don't know. SQs, they're not moving where the fuck right now, but they look like they're trying to bounce and regain the 96, the 50, and VWAP all at the same time. That would be beautiful. We would like that a lot. SPY gonna go and retest that. I mean, like, this is my box. This isn't an actual gap. This is my box, by the way. I forgot to go and say that. Like, this is mine. I can color this whatever I want to. Like, I drew this morning. This isn't the gap fill boxes that you're used to. This is the ultimate trend that we need to break out of. Until we do that, I'm going to continue to think that we get fucked off into the ground. So what I want is that you're pissing me off. 234 is the inside of this green candle. It's probably going to go and use that as a point of resistance. I'm looking for that to go and pull back. The problem is that it's doing a very, very good job to literally fill this gap and look like it's trying to go to the top side. Only reason that I would think that it would go and pull back a little bit more is just because of I rather be at the lows here than trying to be the guy to stomp the door down. I want to be the guy that grabs somebody else and says, hey, hit that door for me. But I don't know if I get 20 on that limit. I think I might get 30, even potentially into the 29 and 26, but we'll evaluate that when we get there. Relatively speaking, though, on these contracts, you're getting strength here at 28 into the 26. The Tesla stock price itself trying to go and maintain itself over the 260, 250. If it chooses not to, you're on this little type of no man's land kind of thing here now, because unless the SPY immediately just has a miraculous recovery, we didn't even like the fucking pre-market. We got rejected by it this morning. Argue, yeah, maybe 475, 71, maybe a potential level of a bounce. because you're getting inside of your downward trajectory pull. But I think that even though you're holding very well at that 475, I think the move like Tesla is going to go and kind of overcast the fact that the SPY doesn't or isn't going to really move that hard. That's a way that they're going to go and bring the fucking SPY down whenever it goes to 480 is by days like this where they let Tesla continue to keep going a little longer than the SPY in perspective to its pattern, so that any day that they need to bring the SPY down, they can just go and use Tesla. Just take a fucking percent from Tesla, dude. No problem, dude. We went and fucking rode it to the top side, dude. Like 0.6%, dude. Why not? We took it from them the other day. We could just go and give them like 6% back, and it's kind of like the same fucking thing, right? They're fucking assholes, but they will nickel and dime you. If they can go and create one trade that's 1,000, or excuse me, that is 1%, the amount of money that they can go and get off of 1% or even 1 cent of a dollar, if you will, they can trade that down to the, I think it's millionths of a second now. You're not playing at a fair game. Who banned? Nobody banned. It's a Apple. I just said it too. ADD's a son of a bitch. Apple is, I think, not allowed to go and use their biometrics in their watch or something, or I don't know. I don't know. I'm probably talking cash shit. But Tesla is just fucking moving. Doesn't care. I don't think so. Apple's doing a really good job, though. That's why we're taking this. If it'll take it. Give me the $20 contracts one time for this one time. Doing it for state. Do it for your gorgeous grand cheeks. Tesla, I think this is honestly a great fucking thing. I genuinely don't know that it's gonna hold. Just me. It's beautiful that it's doing that. You better fucking hope that it does. It does go. Yeah, it's funny that you say Litecoin, Arctic. I went and picked up Litecoin at what, 6 hours ago exactly? 6 a.m. December 27th. And 3:31 a.m. 3:23. Solana's taking a dip. Those contracts, want to give them to me or what? Apple's doing its thing. Microsoft. Tesla pulling right back. No candle to the upside. Wanted to close up. Unfortunate. IWM, it'd be a real, you'd be a real homie if you could touch the fucking buy zone that I have one time real quick. And I don't know why that keeps doing that. Fuck. Meta's over 30 right now, guys. Jesus Christ. Shit, I'm really fucking glad that I got out of this one that was bought at 261 instead of holding that even further. Because now when this comes back up right into that 230 area, I'm going to be looking at these into this Tesla move, see what happens here. The 262.90 didn't want it. There's 54 on Carvana. I literally said that was happening not an hour ago. I didn't think it was going to happen that fast, honestly. The only thing that's red right now is fucking Apple. And it just went and got touched. Going back into the 192. It has 192.80 potential, but that looks like it's going to be a run into 200, the 200 EMA and pre-market lows. SPY has the ability to pull right back in, right into that 200, potentially go and frisk the bottom of the 200 again. Bitcoin's not going to do shit. It's going to spit in your mouth, cuz. So here's the deal. You either have a break and a retest, or you have a bold-faced fucking rejection at the 30 or the 4,300. Dead ass. No cap. That's a problem. So you either need that to hold and kick it old school and shit, or that shit's not gonna stay. And we've run right back in to another level of resistance that we need to consolidate sideways for. Consolidate sideways means blow my cheeks out of theta real quick. So that's why we're giving the IWM contracts that we were looking at a little bit more space than we would have liked usually. But right now, with the way that the market is, I just simply want this move. I don't want this to go and get too crazy out here. If it decides to move, I don't want to get, like, I don't need this to drop into like 16. I just want it to tap and go. Tesla's doing the thing. This is trying to do the thing at the exact same time. And all I want to do is see in the thing, what I mean by that is we're looking for the IWM 204 puts to bounce while the market is trying to reach a high. So that what happens, Microsoft is into that bottom of that green candle right there. That's looking problematic. The IWM is going directly into resistance. So remember, we were having problems here getting through earlier where we dropped through, went into support, looked like a they were hunting for people's stop losses. But we're creating a massive push to the upside. We did just fill on those contracts at the 204. I think that you're going to get a lot of the same. Timing wise, the SPY is trying to run up. It's going to probably try to give you a little bit of some right there to the 476 and disappear. I would like to see the exact same thing happen to Tesla right here. And reason being is because of the trend. We don't want green candles above this. We don't want a green candle to go and close above this. We already had this one, but we immediately opened underneath, closed red candle. We want this to continue to go downside. It did break through the 260, 277. So what we're looking for is the SPY to come to the downside relatively soon off of that 476. If we can go and do this for the 2 times, remember, I'm up 2.5% on that trade. I picked these up earlier. Fuck did we do that? IW. My order went in at 1009 with the average price of 23 a contract. No bullshit, 23 a contract. Those are the same calls that went up to 80. Those are the same puts that went to 80 earlier today. And we got out at 74. And now Tesla is yeeting itself to the downside, which I like and I dislike. I dislike that for very, very short term. I like that for to the upside. This move right here, in a macro outlook. But that pullback is going to go and allow the SPY right here at 455 to go and effectively get shot in the face and take Tesla down with it. Tesla going to reevaluate the 261 area wouldn't be the worst thing for it. The more time that we can spend here and above VWAP and less at the 260 area is a great fucking thing. So look at it as that. You're looking at you're breaking over the top of this to go and retest this now to bring it into 261. So reloading the put off of that 262.50 wouldn't be a fucking terrible idea. But we're looking for the IWM to get rejected right here and come back down. IWM, I want to see. I don't know what the fucking deal is today with these charts. Oh, that's exactly what I want to think. So I'm kind of looking at this not to hold. Why Tesla's hauling ass to the downside. We're even in our Teslas, but they are the ones that are at 230, not the ones that we bought and took a loss, a 15% loss of. On the 260, excuse me, we purchased 261 contracts this morning at Tesla. We took 15% to the downside when we saw that shitting the bed, or excuse me, when we saw the contract shitting the bed to the upside. And to go and mitigate risk, I went and dropped it at 15% instead of going and potentially having Tesla blow my fucking doors off and take 60% of those contracts. Would it have been better to hold it? Absolutely, because now we're positive over the 231, but it still would have had too much risk for me to go and continue to holding it. Tesla's trying to bounce very, very nice off that 261. Very, very odd that that 262.01, excuse me, is very, very odd that it did that. It can't get through this gap right here. Very odd how I don't even know where the fuck this line came from initially on the 1 minute, but the fact that it stops right here kind of bothers me. It stops not only here at the 262, psychologically kind of a demanding number, but there's a green candle wick that comes to the top side, or excuse me, just to the bottom of 262 solid, and it does that twice over the last, trading day. Now we're trying to hold that exact area. We wicked through it once. Now we're trying to hold that again. I feel like it's not ready, man. Like, I want to touch Tesla so bad to the upside. I just feel like this is not ready. I think it could absolutely go to the upside. I think it could absolutely run its fucking ass off. I don't know that happens today. what I wanted. I'm gonna run out to the patio for a quick jiffy. Let you see the whole screen. I'll put this back. ROL is running into that 50-cent area, by the way. Oh, it already did run into that 50-cent area. IWM, chill. Bye, relax. Bring it back, bring it back. Overall, Microsoft 380 calls are only down 9%. Considering that the market as a whole kind of ran up, found a top, and then started shitting the bed. I'm surprised that these are still relatively kind of healthy. Tesla is doing its best to get rejected at every possible fucking place that it goes to. It's like the drunk white girl trying to bar hop after she's already like completely shit-faced and nobody will let her in. It is a BitNile. What the fuck is a BitNile Metaverse Inc? Get the fuck out of here. Is this really what we're doing right now? No, I told you this thing was coming back to where, what, I think it was saying $4 or $5 or $6, but I was thinking I probably went and said something about the gap effectively. Yeah, probably somewhere around $4. I would assume though that that's probably going to try to find a bounce. Everything else is trying to, but Tesla's doing a very good job to fuck this up. I was surprised when I saw this, and I'm seeing it as like, damn, Tesla could easily go and blow my fucking doors off to the upside here. And I think it's rightfully going to very soon. I just, however, don't think it's going to be right this second. I'm going and hedging my case by going and looking at potentially going long over if we can go and hold above that 476. I'm going to start thinking about potentially getting long in the SPY. The only thing that I find a problem is, damn, Tesla's putting in a candle right now, bitches. Holy shit. That's the reason that I liked it for the long term. Short term, I don't like the fact that this is going and dropping as quickly as it is, but whenever you see something like that on Tesla, it looks like it absolutely goes right off a table. It always kind of excites me to see what happens back to the upside. However, Tesla looks like it might have gotten smacked a little too much. But for the 1 minute here, you're still trending. Tesla is trying to go and milk this side to side. And until we want something, I see this kind of trading somewhere here in between these blue lines. If you get the breakdown of the 261, you might get the 200 bounce, but relatively speaking, I think that's kind of the trade or the zone that you have. I don't know anything about that one, but this one's making a move back up to the upside. CING. The first one I was talking about was FWBI. That one looks shitty. It is low though for the day. CING made a little thing to the upside. ROI looking like it's about to get its titties blasted off to the downside. Somebody's gonna clap them cheeks. Wait. We're looking for the spot. Oh, look at my box. My box is sexy. Shit. Look at that. Gorgeous. IWM. Now I need you to shit the bed one time for daddy. Full depends. But isn't it kind of irritatingly interesting how that wants to run kind of to break the highs of pre-market and then immediately stops and turns around? Man, that's fucking brutal. Probably sitting at 470, 585. What are you guys looking at? How's everything? What's going on with Meta? Nikola is moving to the top side. Ready for a nap, honestly? That's pretty fucking sad, G. You need to go do some more fucking activity or something. Get your body moving. I know people twice your age that are doing a hell of a lot more, feeling a hell of a lot better than you are. At twice your age, it's gotta be something. IWM, come on down through the 204. Making 25%. Shit my pants for me, please. Let's go, buddy. We're in there like swimwear. I'm yoked up 30. We touched it for the 2 times over the 23. We just got a better buy this time, boys and girls. Suck me. Let's go back up to the top side. Now this time you can send it to like easily up and away. Let's just get out of the fucking 95, maybe even out of the 100. Let's get weird, you know? I'm ready to take my tits out. Not literally, don't do that. I do not advise that you think that those options are going to go that high. I don't advise you shit. You make your own fucking discoveries. I'm just letting you know what an idiot's doing. If you decide to think what I'm doing is kind of interesting, then hey, by all means, go and play with a new strategy or two. But make sure that you're being careful and practicing risk management, please. It's okay to get fucked on for the day, but when you fuck up your entire portfolio in one day, that's not good. I enjoy the market touching my cheeks every once in a while. It lets me know I'm still like I'm seeing it correctly or not. When I get touched on, it makes me kind of have a reevaluation of it. The SPY is at 475.91. It was at lows of 475.30. If we get rejected here on the NASDAQ, who has climbed back to green successfully, but up only 0.08%. Dow Jones is looking like a snack right now, though. Looks like it could continue for sure. SPYs for tomorrow. Are getting some love. I'm gonna be looking to go long as soon as the market wants to come down, but if Apple decides that it wants to go from green to red on the day, where it appears to have a sell wall of 37,500 shares at 192.84, which just so happens to be the two green candle wicks that basically go and look like they're going to reject Apple. If Apple does not get through those, right there at the 192.84, that pattern or on the chart analytically tells me that it could get rejected there. And then I look into the order book and see a total of 37,500 shares of Apple. I would assume there may be fucking problems with Apple upcoming. Not to say that it's going to shit the bed, but I definitely see a 190 possible. Amazon's trying to creep up. AMD over 144. I really enjoyed buying it at 115 on the portfolio or the shares portfolio side of things. That was definitely spicy. Nicola's zooming to the top side, 93 cents. GameStop ran up to $18 and up 4%, just chilling. Let me ask you guys a question. Have you guys ever heard of Riot? Because if you haven't, you fucking need to. What is Riot doing at $18 a share right now? And Mara is over 30. They used to be opposite, first of all. Riot used to be more expensive than Mara. And those 20 calls for next week at 83 a contract aren't half bad either. But we did get rejected at 1834, but I mean, 1793. We actually I think calls on Riot are decently cheap even for this week. Why in the fuck is this down like that? There's over 100,000 call options or volume in call options, and there's 20,000 in puts right now. IWM 204 is hanging out at the 24 mark. So filling them at 20 was basically a very, very good snag. We're already up 12%, or we're still up 12%. We were up 15 or 20 or something earlier. I'm going to continue to hold those. The 260 puts that we bought earlier, which was, just to be clear, so everybody has full disclosure, that was the second buy of the day on Tesla, which was ultimately the better buy. The first one was at 261. We got out of that first 261 at a loss of 15% or something like that. So we've relatively made the money back that we were down by getting into a different play. I think IWM has every bit of 204 potential. I'm kind of only looking at like 204.10 here because we have the ability to kind of hang out. I would assume that you're going to try to go retest 203.91, which is the gap, not necessarily a gap, but it's a break of where I would be comfortable. But Tesla has the ability on a 1 minute to just stroke out to like 261. What I will say is I'm going to be looking to the upside on Tesla later in the day so that I can go, yes, Riot. I'm going to be looking at taking Tesla anytime it gets like maybe close to its VWAP, underneath VWAP, and probably into the 200 right down here at like 161.50 into that 161 if we get all the way down there. But I think this is going to try to continue to hold that 161.94. I'm going to be prepared to buy the same shit that I buy right now, or I guess into the later part of the day. I'm going to be prepared, and I'm saying this trying to go and let anybody know. If you are going and playing Tesla on a breakout to the upside overnight, it may consist of potentially that bullshit piece of news. it also very well could end up opening at 253 or something crazy like that due to that same fucking news. I, for one, think that Tesla is probably going to go to the upside off of whatever news they think that they're going to go and fill the market with bad fucking news, get people scared. Oh, we didn't go over 260. Now we need to come to 255 and never let it go to 255. Only let it go to like 260 or 250, 259.70 or something like that. As soon as we get there, I'm going to be looking immediately to buy Tesla the upside for a good amount of upside. Where I don't know yet, but as soon as I do, I will let you guys know. I think that they're gonna go and try to make it where they cannot, or where people that aren't in it prior don't get the ability to make the move with you. SPY is actually trying to peel to the downside. That's going to bring the IWM back into our on a 5-minute chart. That's already bringing it back down into our trend that we were looking at. So what we don't want is to see this bounce right here on the SPY, because that would be kind of a area where the indicators on the IWM are just in a bad place, considering that the SPY, I want Tesla to go through this area here. I don't want it to bounce off the 200 on the SPY. But we are seeing, movement to the upside on these contracts. Nope. Tesla going right to its 200, right to VWAP like that makes me go and initially think that we're going to continue on the downside. Now these IWMs are starting to get closer into the money. These are going to start moving hard if they start, if you start getting downside in the IWM like you did on the SPY. I would really prefer this to stop fucking doing that. We need to move through the 28 right here. And then once we do that, we're going to 41. Well, excuse me. 28, 34. There's the move on the SPY to the downside on the 5-minute. We're looking to go and break through here on the 200. SPY immediately took a dive where we were going to pick it up, but I'm actually trying to see, yeah, these contracts are starting to move a little bit. IWM moving, SPY broke to the downside. IWM, we're not looking at that. We're looking at where do I need to buy more Microsoft? Oh, okay, those will be probably half price from where they are. Also, Riot up 444. Riot is hanging out very, very strong right here while the market is doing relatively shit. So I would immediately think that we're sitting here because we can't be devalued any longer. And if I'm looking at coin looks very, very nice. But I don't know that Bitcoin's going to be enough to go and push over that $43,094 area. we're looking to get through that 34-cent area on these contracts. That's where we really need to go. And then initially 34.45. Okay, dude, look. $34.45. Excuse me, 43. First places I'm looking. Bitcoin chilling. IWM trying to come CR200. Considering that the SPY came to CR200 in less than 10 minutes, I would not go and underestimate, because that could go and hold right here at the 25 cents and immediately end up above and by into VWAP. VWAP's going to end up being where these two green candles look right here at the 46-cent mark, and there's a gap between 46 and 47. We immediately want to come through. This looks like a W to me on this chart. On the 5-minute, looks like we're finding a bottom twice, while Tesla is trying to just go and lull in the market, and the SPY and the indicators are all saying that we potentially could go and see downside. So it seems to me that we go and see a little bit of, I don't know that downside is going to be. I think that it would make more sense to me, in my opinion, to go sideways and down at the exact same time as running it, or I guess running it primarily sideways and trying to close it down. And then the reason I'm purchasing to go and see everything in the market to the upside is potentially just as a, like a, they don't want us to go and benefit from the move. So no time like the present to go and buy 10,000 shares of fucking NVIDIA, which I would be very, very, very careful with, because the Pelosi's are in it. I would assume that that's going to come back somewhere between 480 and 460. Just my opinion. Kind of looking for an entry or an entry play on Microsoft. We're doing a very, very nice job holding that 273 that we initially tried to put in here. I think it's interesting that I went and kind of drew this out for you, that I was looking at this place relatively, 10 cents or so. Tesla trying to come back up. Here's what's interesting is the fucking fact that Tesla is trying to move up to the top of its range while the SPY is already getting beat down. The SPY basically went and got punched in the face before it needed to go and give up. So the SPY is down further than everything else that we were just watching, which is a good thing, because the indicators going to the downside, or excuse me, the ETF going to the downside is always going to go and help the overall market come back in. If we can go and get the drop on the SPY right here and get rejected from the same fucking area that we've been watching all day, which is this yellow box, 475.50-ish. This looks like it's trying to run to the 475.59 right here between this little gap. And it looks like it's trying to get rejected right here at the top of that green candle. Right there, where we got rejected before. So Tesla trying to go back up here is not helping anybody's case. That's just a fall, a further way for it to fall. It already is into VWAP. It's going to go and retest it again because you're watching it go to 72 on the RSI when we were quite fucking literally just down at 29. And this is a minute. These are minutes. What? CYTK is moving. I think I said something about this one earlier. Looks like it's going and leaking to the upside again. Make sure you don't get topped out. I wonder if this, it does have options. Holy shit. Let's go. It's at 81 right now. Where did we go and start from? Yeah. Oh, what? CYTK. January 19th is the first option you can get. This thing has moved that needs to go back to 74, or excuse me, 47. I'm looking at the 55s and the 60s, or excuse me, the 50s, 55s, and the 60s. I'm probably gonna get fucking absolutely just twerked in this play, but I'm genuinely liking UP is about to go to the top side. Getting great movement. I'm looking at CYTK and I'm looking to go to the $50 puts for January 19th. I'm looking to fill orders for 20 a contract, which is significantly lower than what the bid is right now. But if they want to bring it, I'll definitely put it on their lips. You know what I'm saying? I will definitely touch that ass. I'm looking at like 450 into the $9 area. And also up has options. This thing could get absolutely disgusting. I just filled on up 750s for 23 days out. I picked them up for I just picked them up at the bid, or excuse me, at the ask. I gave him 40 for the contract. So we're basically long here on Wheels Up Experience or whatever the fuck this is. But I have options on it. I have 5.5, or excuse me, 750 options for a month, roughly. And CYTX is going to decide the fate if I decide to go and grab these 50 puts. If they'll fill them at 20, I'll take them. If they're not going to, they can suck my dick. Somebody's picking these up or trying to at 5. So I just want the little drop. I did go and fill these though, right here. The fact that that has one contract at 30, that's fucking alarmingly cheap, if that'll fill. And it'll probably try 15. Market looking a little heavy. IWM trying to be the beginning. Just in case I have a buy order on those 750 calls on up for $10 a piece, or 10 cents. Carvana's up over 55. Carvana might try to go and entertain that $59 area pretty soon. Netflix double bottom question mark? Nikola looks like it's trying to go through 94, excuse me. SPY looks to be trading exactly in between that resistance level and the area I was talking to you about earlier. The Tesla at the exact same time is sitting here trying to go and hold the key level of 262. It has every bit. Tesla does not need to hold 262. I don't know why it's fighting so long, and that's why like it's kind of just weird to me is why are you trying to fight an area where you have the ability to run back to 260 and do it beautifully, might I add. Like I would have no problem with Tesla pulling back to 260 and moving from there. It's exactly why I think that's going to happen. It doesn't fully make sense to me to try to go off to 262 when they could easily go and draw it back to 260 before close or something close to that and end up gapping the fucking market up and everything be kosher and blue and or excuse me, green and blue skies from the fucking morning on. But that's how you go and keep a shitload of people from being able to profit off of your move. Is you run it sideways, you go and make people think, oh shit, they're going into the weekend. They're definitely able to make you sell, considering that like you're gonna lose time on your contracts if you don't. And just as you think that is when they're gonna actually let the market go. IWM still having a problem, still doing its thing. Those contracts on the IWM just decided to go and drop again. Ooh, bitch, that's the low they've been on the day. Let's go. Up is starting to go through 250. This is an aggressive ass move. What the fuck? I don't believe. Carvana wants 55-50 area. SPY hasn't gone and done anything crazy. We're still trading right here. IWM is trying to get long above the 204.56, which kind of goes and makes it feel like kind of full of shit. Market's ripping. Nasdaq's just exploding all of a sudden. But I cannot go and ignore the fact that the IWM 204s are probably going to go. I don't know that I can go and ignore these and not buy them. I don't know. If they want to give me those IWMs at fucking what, 11 cents again, yo, I will touch. I just got an amazing buy, I think, on IWM's 204s at I just filled it 7 cents right there. I saw that was coming. Tesla hasn't gone anywhere. SPY is doing the boof. I'm glad that we don't have SPY right now, but this would be just as properly shit. So two things are going to happen. No matter where this wants to run to, if this wants to continue going through 477, great, all for it. But remember that this is going to want to try to go and come right back down into this 475 area as a break and a retest. $16,000 on IXIC, which is NASDAQ. Needs to stay over 15.1. IWM, I think you're 100% boof. I think you're coming down to touch the crotch right here. I'm already up 14%. By the way, my Microsofts are even again. My 380s. My 260s are even as well. NASDAQ doing all it can, but still shit. Like I mean, come on. $476.59 was your high. 6 cents short of that current. All we need is the IWM to transfer exactly $1 back down to 200 or the 200 EMA. That is my bet. Relax. The futures are ripping. Tesla, stay home. Five-year note auction came in lower than previous. That's interesting. I think this is a bullshit move. I'm actually looking at buying more IWMs real quick. at the 204. I don't know that this market's going to go and hold this. Give me the IWM 204 is at 4 cents. You won't do it. Do it for state. Bitcoin having hesitation at 20, or excuse me, the 43 area. Arctic's killing it on the fucking ABSI. Those options probably, I don't know. I would assume I'm assuming those 204s don't fill, but if they do, I'm gonna be doubling into that position on the 204s if that fills. I like the fact that it's up here. I mean, I absolutely don't like the fact that it's up here, but like, if I can get the fill for 4 cents a contract, I'll take the risk. Row got rejected, or ROI got rejected off of the 50. CYTX does not like that 82 area. Absolutely could go and gap up and decide to run. I could easily see that. But that might be coming to the downside. BKKT, by the way, always moves, like I said last week, always likes to move whenever fucking soft, what the fuck is it? SoFi. Whenever SoFi moves, BKKT usually follows right behind it. Market's cooking though. To be short against this market is very, very stupid of me. But I'm trying to go and play a very, very profitable but very, very quick trade that makes you have to go and quickly make a decision one way or the other, and it can go really wrong or potentially very, very good for you if you make the right one. I would like to say that I've made the correct one Here, I just want to get the fill. I think this looks like a bull trap in my opinion. Let's just go. Why are the puts so expensive to the downside on the IWM for the 29th? Well, the IWM is back under 205. My call or my puts are now profitable. And if they want to pick them up at 4 cents, be my guest. This shit wants to run to 204.50, even potentially like 204 flat. IWM back. We're up 44% in our 204 puts. would like for this to lull back and come pick up these contracts. I'm looking around the market for other things that have pulled back. See, the SQs ran, just to be clear, I was talking about this earlier. They did not go and actually break anywhere close. I thought they might even get the run back to 1350, but they haven't even got that. And the market's already coming back a little bit. Yeah, the IWM could genuinely come right back. IWM, you want to come smack it for the 5 cents. I know you do. I know it's looking thick. Get that ass down here. AMD is trying to go through 145. Netflix is trying to come off of 490. NVIDIA doing a very good job of trying to continue through 495. All looking at very easy. By the way, EBET, is moving to the upside. It's getting 140,000 in volume. Market cap is 113. GME is about that. I might actually go and look at AMC's up over that 617. I'm wondering if GameStop being up 4.5%. If that's going to help our girl out. I don't know, the 650s are looking spicy. I might take them at 6 cents. If it'll give them to me. The banks are starting to pump, everything is moving, but it all looks like you could also go and find a place of resistance and have a pullback to essentially take another little breath in the market until it decides to want to keep going. Remember, we have a low volume kind of week, so there is a potential for us to not really have the ability to make the move, but Tesla is doing a very good job propping itself up. However, there are a couple of things that do look good, but just be careful just sending it to the top side right now. So Neo, if you have not seen the ET9, I believe is what it's called. The ET9 is what it's called, and it looks like a fucking Tesla, with a little bit more Italian luxury package. Kind of looks gay. I don't know. Just me personally. Looks like a fucking Tesla, but